O writer of fortunes, graciously write on my heart love for the Master. In my hands write the service of the Guru. Write the sacrifice of my body and mind for the Guru. On my tongue write the name of the Guru. For my ears write the voice of the sound current. On my forehead write the light of the Guru. For my eyes write the darshan of my Guru. Don't write one thing, separation from the Guru. It doesn't matter if separation from the whole world is written. Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de, mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de, mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Hata vicha lika de, seva Guruji di. Hata vicha lika de, seva Guruji di. Mera tana mana Guru ute, vada lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Jibate lika de, nama Guruji da. Mera jibate lika de, nama Guruji da. Mere kana vicha dunadi, avaz lika de. Mere hirde piara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, ala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Jiva te lika de, nama Guruji da. Jiva te lika de, nama Guruji da. Mere kanna vicha dunadi, avaz lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, piara lika de. Mate te lika de, Chota Guruji di. Mate te lika de, Chota Guruji di. Meri anka vicha guru da, tidara lika de. Mere hirde Likanavalia tu hoke, deyala lika de. Mere hirde viche Sate Guru da vichora, ikanaliki mere. Sate Guru da vichora, bhave shutta jai sara, sansara lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, pyara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, dayala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, pyara lika de. Likanavalia tu hoke, dayala lika de. Mere hirde viche gurada, pyara lika de.
Are we ready? So there's this brief announcement. There may be a little mix-up in the schedule that went out on the live stream schedule, so I'm just going to recap what we're doing here. From right now until 3 o'clock, we have the afternoon satsang. And then at 3 o'clock, there'll be a half-hour break. And then at 3:30, we will then have a meditation talk, and there'll be an hour and a half meditation until 5 o'clock. And then at 5 will be, if I have this right, the evening satsang, right? So that's the schedule for today. And the satsang today is a pre-recorded reading by a talk, actually, of Helen Perkins. And she's recounting some of the stories of Master Kirpal and Taiji, Bibi Hardevi, who was the longtime friend and also a Sawan Singh initiate who served Master over the years tirelessly, and there's many interesting stories having to do with Taiji. And so Helen has grouped a bunch of those together, and that'll be part of her talk. So before we play that, I just wanted to read, on Friday night, I was reading through chapter, what chapter was it, 70 in the Light of Kirpal, and I had to stop before the end of the chapter. So I'm just going to have this brief reading that is the concluding chapters, the concluding paragraphs from that talk. Let's see. So the last part that we were reading about was when Master was the awarding prizes to the two wrestlers. There was one wrestler, King Kong by name. The other came here, and he was named Dara. I tell you, these people, there is something within. So I was the judge over there, and I was distributing the prizes, both to King Kong. He was victorious in one contest, and the other time, Dara was victorious, and I gave them both prizes. The thing about this that is so fascinating is here you have a master who has accomplished all this inner work and he's still such a human being that he can, if the members of the community say, well, will you please help us with our wrestling contest, that he will say, oh, sure, I'm happy to do that. And there's repeated stories in Master's life where the human side comes out, and there are these little pearls, and they're little lessons for all of us not to take ourselves seriously, and just to remember to be members of our community and to participate. King Kong was victorious in one contest, and Dara was victorious in the other. I gave them both prizes. Then they had a photo taken. Dara sat on one side of me, King Kong sat on the other. I was with them both, and when you see that photo, I am stronger than both of them. So the point is, do something. For God's sake, do something. Be something. I don't say that you need not be after the world. Do something. Let the people of the world know. What are you? Have you ever proved to be a friend to somebody? A friend in need is a friend indeed. We are a friend of only our own personal self. Generally, we think, what is more useful to us? He is our friend, or we as his friend. We are seldom the servant. But be of service to all. The perfection of everything is God. We read the words, "Be ye perfect as your Father is in heaven." But we never go down deeply into the meaning of what we read. I'm quoting from the Bible so that you may be sure that these are no new things. These messages have been given by all the masters in their own languages. But because you know the Bible, I am quoting it to you. So dig down, go deep down. From the perfect, you will become perfect. This is what one guru said. How can one who is not perfect himself make you perfect? So try to be something, decide, and then work for it with one purpose in view. When I entered the world, I had ambitions. There was one rich man who made me offerings of so many buildings, 1 or 2 libraries, according to my taste. But I decided God first and the world next. So I think now I am committed. I speak books now, you see. All these things you're recording, and they will be put into books. So please, do have something in view, and then work for it. Leave off all questions. When once you decide, work for it. If you do a little daily, regularly, like a tortoise, you will reach the goal. But we are running like a hare, jumping here and there, then sleeping. The other, who is regular, will reach the destination before you. So that's what we do. We run by leaps and starts, sometimes this way, sometimes that way, and the distance overhead remains the same. So to fall in sin is manly, but to remain there is devilish. The distance still remains before you. You may fall on the way, but then rise. Arise, awake then, and stop not until the goal is reached. Are these not the same teachings? So all the saints who came in the past said the same thing in their own languages. The mode of expression was different. The way of expressing was different. But they taught these very same basic things. These very things is what they taught. So please decide and then work for it. Regularity, and with what definite purpose in view, with faith in the competency of him from whom you get the instructions and to whom you pray with perseverance and chastity. So I think that boils down the whole thing, very simply, does it not? Do you understand now very well? Then what remains? Simply to put it into practice, that's all. So anything else? Anything new? I think this will do. Thank you kindly. This was a good question today. The book, I'm reading from the book Light of Kirpal, and this book is full of little treasures, and that particular chapter is probably my favorite, but it's hard to really say which one is my favorite, but if you haven't looked at it in a while, it's worth pulling off the shelf and going through it. So now is going to be the video talk by Helen Perkins, and then after it there is a very brief little video of it's an audio of Taiji, who was on tour with Master Kirpal in 1955 and in 1962 or 63 or whatever year it was. I'm not good on dates. And she sang, Master usually would have her sing just a little bit during the satsangs, and then he would comment on them, on the verses that she sang. This is one instance where he had her sing an entire hymn of Kabir. It's about 4 or 5 minutes long. And then that Mark sent that to Papu. Papu translated it. So as you're hearing her sing it, you'll be seeing on the screen the translation of what she's saying. And it was from a session and on one of the tours with Master Kirpal where he was in the room singing. Anyway, it ties together nicely with the stories of Taiji.
I'd like to share a few stories of Master Kirpal that I've read lately, both about his disciple days as well as the days when he was in the role of a master, with his relationship to Madam Hardevi. They were friends and lived in the same town when they were younger, and they were good friends. Taiji and her husband were very strong disciples of Baba Sawan Singh, and of course they were very, very delighted to be in close companionship with Master Kirpal. So one of the things is trying to show the humanness of him. I remember Russell asked Seymour Glass, who had met Master Kirpal in 1955. he asked him, what was your first impression of Master Kirpal? And Seymour said, well, he had stolen Taiji's purse, hiding it behind his back, and she was trying to get it. That wasn't exactly the impression that he was expecting. And then there's stories of how he would tease her by throwing a toy spider in her lap and listen to her scream. But as they were becoming, closer, there was a story of how he would intercede for her at the time when she was blind. On the inner planes, it was Master Kirpal, as a disciple of Sawan's, that pleaded for her sight to be returned, and it was. So there was a very, very special relationship between them. Other stories with Master, with her, reveal some of the more poignant aspects of discipleship, when it's a true Guru Mukh discipleship with a beautiful, incomparable master like Sawan Singh. It's like in his bhajans that he wrote that are just so poignant, so full of love that's beyond our understanding. These unforgettable lines like, "Oh Sawan, embracing me, put the garland of your hand around my neck. By making me the crazy one, kill me in your love." That's from page 276, Sawan Gala Lagakar. And also the one where he says, "The one sick in love died in separation, saying, 'Who wants to wait more?' Who wants to wait more? The sighs of the poor heart do not cease, and they have never gone unanswered." And that's Ek Dharamanda Dilaki, page 274. Well, in the mid-1980s, there was a dear sister, Rosemary Michael, who began editing a newsletter called The Path Follower. Her intention was to help people remember the 10th anniversary of Master Kirpal's leaving, of some of the stories that Master wrote, some of the talks he gave, and also the memories of other dear ones that had of him. And she said, let's see. She said, Taiji could have told most about Master, but you see, she too has departed. She stayed in our home in Flushing, New York, when she visited the United States in 1975. By then, she had shrunk to less than 100 pounds and needed a wheelchair for transportation. I saw her in 1975. There was a Unity of Man conference in New Mexico, and she did come to it, and I was appalled at her appearance, because she had been so strong, so stalwart, and so capable. And then seeing her in this physical deterioration was very painful. But while she was staying there with Rosemary in 1986, she had some stories to tell. She said how she and Kirpal were from the same town, now in Pakistan. She said they would drive from their home in Rawalpindi, stop at Lahore and pick up Kirpal Singh, and then the three of them would drive on to Beas to be with Master Sawan. And this is one story she told at a Long Island satsang at that time. It seems that Taiji went to Bombay, and now called Mumbai, of course, and she bought 3 beautiful, high-quality towels. And she looked at them and she thought she wanted to give 2 of those towels to Master Sawan Singh. So she took those 2 towels to him, and she asked him, "Please take these towels. I really want to give these for you." But Sawan Singh said, no thanks, I'm not going to accept them. She said, well, okay, you could pay for them. He said, no, I'm not, I will neither pay nor will I accept these towels. Taiji said, pleading with great emphasis, please take these and give me the payment. I just want to give them to you. And Sawan Singh just thought for a minute, and then he said, all right, I can do one thing. I'll accept your towels, and in return, I'll give you my own 2 used towels. So Taiji was very happy, and she placed her new towels at Sawan's lotus feet. And then Sawan Singh said, oh, one thing more. I'll give you these towels on one condition, that you never give these towels to anyone else. She said, all right, I won't do that. He said, not even your husband. No. She said, I won't give them to my husband. So she gave the towels to him and got permission then to go back home. Now her husband was with her, and on the way he said, let's go visit Kirpal Singh. Kirpal Singh was living in Lahore at the time, and so was on their way. But Taiji very politely disagreed because she said, if I go, he'll want to take them, and I don't know what to do then. So she just didn't feel like going to see Kirpal. But her husband said, no, you're strong. We'll go. Never mind that. So she said, all right, I'll sit in the car and wait, and you go in and see Kirpal. But her husband was not listening to her and said, no, you have to come. So when she got there, instead of greeting Kirpal like she always did, she hid in one room while her husband and Kirpal were talking. And as Kirpal went looking for her, she then dodged into another room, playing sort of hide and seek. So she just did not want to meet him, knowing full well that he would want to see those towels, and who knows what would happen. So while she was doing this, finally he met up with her, finally he met up with her husband and said, what's wrong with her? She's not meeting me today. She's not facing me. Something special must have happened to her. And Taiji's husband said, it's because Master Sawan Singh has given her 2 used towels. And she's worried that you will take her towels and then she cannot give them to you because her promise to Sawan Singh was that she wouldn't give them to anybody. So Kirpal said, okay, I won't take the towels, so call her to me and from that other room and we'll talk. So she came in and he said, something special, something unusual happened to you today? No, nothing unusual. You got something from your master? No. You didn't get any towels from your master? Yes, she said, but I won't show them to you because I'm afraid you'll take them. He said, no, this is my promise. I won't take them. Just show them to me. Let me have a look at the towels. So she showed the towels to Master Kirpal. He said, all right, just let me have them in my hands. Give them to me in my hands. So he took the towels in his hands and he put them on his head. And he was just keeping them near to his heart, and he started weeping and crying. And the tears started flowing from his eyes. Taiji said, this is what I was fearing. Now you'll take my towels. And she said, give me back my towels, please. He said, what is this? Just let me keep them for some time. And then it was getting late, and Master Kirpal said, all right, you've come all this way. There's no use of going home at night and driving in the dark. It's so far off. So Taiji was once again afraid for her towels. She didn't want to stay overnight. She said, no, we're not going to do that. And Master Kirpal said, no, I won't take anything. You just stay because it's late, and you can go early in the morning. So she agreed. Then he said, well, now that you're staying for the night, just leave these towels with me for the night. I will give them back to you in the morning when you leave for home. So all night, Master Kirpal was having the towels at his heart and crying and weeping in the remembrance of the Master. And he composed a poem, a bhajan at that time, which said, it was kind of a rough translation. Somebody else brought the towels, and the very look of these towels give me the sweet remembrance. Some friend of mine have given them to me. It is my great good luck that I should see them. But I'm afraid they will take them back again. And I'm very sad because of that. Because the thing that has come to me, these towels, again I will have to give back to her. So it was a bhajan written like that. So in the morning, Kirpal said to Taiji, all right, this is your property. You take these towels back. But please do one favor for me. Here's the poem that I've composed during the night. You have to take this bhajan, this poem, to Sawan, and then from there you can leave to go back to your home. Kirpal used to compose many poems and bhajans, and he would give them to Taiji to sing to Master Sawan. So Master Sawan Singh was very much surprised to see Taiji and her husband come back. And he said, well, what's wrong with you? I hope you've got the towels all right. And Taiji said, yes, I'm not giving them to anyone at any cost. They are with me. But on the way, we went to see Kirpal Singh, and he started crying just at the look of the towels. And now I feel very sad. And Sawan Singh said, you should have given the towels to him. Taiji said, well, how could I? I promised you that I would give them to no one. And then she said, Kirpal has composed this bhajan, and he gave it to me to give to you. So Sawan Singh said, all right, repeat that poem to me. And then he got very sad because his disciple was so sad because of those towels. So he said, all right, you have one more work to do, and that is to go to Lahore and bring Kirpal Singh here to me. So Taiji's husband drove to Lahore and brought Kirpal Singh back to the ashram. And Sawan Singh said to him, what is this? Why are you so sad? You know I can give you anything that you want, anything that you like. Why didn't you come to me and get something? Why do you feel so sad? And Kirpal said, no, it was just the look of those towels that gave me your sweet remembrance. And because of that, I composed this poem. And Sawan Singh said, do you want anything? Come on, tell me what you want. And Kirpal said, nothing. I don't want anything. And with folded hands, he bowed and sat like he always used to sit before his master. So Sawan Singh said, come on, tell me what you want, anything. But Kirpal was not saying anything. Then Sawan took his hand in his and said, you know, I am for you. And Kirpal, his sadness left and he got very happy. And then Sawan said, come on, do you want anything more? Kirpal said, nothing. Then Master Sawan Singh told someone to bring him the pillow that he used the night before and the night before that. And he gave that pillow to Master Kirpal, saying, this is for you. And Kirpal accepted very respectfully. And then Sawan told someone to bring the stool that he used when he sat for meditation. And he gave that to Kirpal, saying, this is something very precious which I am giving to you. This was given to me by my master, Baba Jamal Singh Ji. He gave that to me, and I is keeping it very safely, and I'm giving it to you. so you keep it very safe and secure. And Master Kirpal was very, very happy. Then Taiji said to Sawat Singh, "You're giving all these things to Kirpal Singh and you gave me only 2 towels?" He said, "Yes, but had you given the towels to him, then I would not have given him all these things. But since you've made him so sad, I had to give all these things to make him happy." And you know, as Master said in Washington, D.C. in January of 1964, one of the talks, somebody told him that he was sitting on the rug that Sawat Singh used to use. And when he heard that, he immediately took the rug out from under him, put it on his head and his heart, and he was very quiet, very difficult for him to talk. It moved him so much. And then he said, "Whom you love his things." I was thrilled to learn that this was my beloved Master's rug. Just a second. And this is a memory mentioned that Robert Rudine, who was at Sawan Ashram in 1970, and he was the one that did a lot of the interviews with Master for those first chapters of Flight of Kirpal. And he said this, he said it was back in 1970 when I was there in India and asked Taiji what she could tell me about Master's reputed walking on the water when he was meditating in Ganges, and the river started to rise. He was sitting on a rock in the middle of the river. He was meditating and then oblivious to the water rising, closing in around him. Taiji was on the shore, and she saw what was happening, and she called to him to leave the rock. Now, there are some persistent reports over the years, Robert said that Master then got up, walked in the water, and went back to see Taiji. So he asked Taiji if that happened. And Taiji said, no, he swam ashore. Another little known story about which I questioned here concerned the time that astrologers had predicted that Master would die, that he would be leaving the body, physical body, for the last time. This was in the early 1950s. So according to the astrologer, that event was scheduled for the very day that Master, Taiji, and a few others were visiting a river where a dam was and looking for a site to start to build Sawan Ashram. And as Taiji mentioned, he said, she recalled that Master leaned over to look at the river and the dam, and he leaned over too far and fell into the river and went downstream. And Taiji said she tried very hard and just fought with all her heart to jump in after him to save him. How she's going to do that, we don't know, but she was going to, and the men stopped her from doing it. And she said that they remembered all the scratches on their face that she had done trying to get out of their clutches and to save Master. Well, after 40 minutes of being underwater, Master turned up way down the river, and he surfaced again, raised an arm to show that he was all right, and then he floated to the shore. He explained that there was a conference of the other saints being held under the water. This was for 40 minutes, and that he was given an extension of time to carry on the work of initiation as seekers after truth. And I'm so glad that they did that. Okay, in John Engel's very touching and soul-searching book of the Master called The Gift of the Saints, let's see if that's in there. The Gift of the Saints, stories of love, grace, hope, and joy. He mentions that Jim Cluett, he had talked, a friend of his, had been in India during an earthquake, and he was recounting what Jim had told him. Now, I was in that very room with Jim when the earthquake happened. This was in December of 1967. And we were in Bombay on the 4th floor of a very rickety old schoolhouse. And we were in a large room. There was Ted and Helen Hastings with their son Johnny, Jim, and me. And it was late at night, and we got up early in the morning to meditate. This was about 4 o'clock in the morning. I was sitting underneath an open window, and suddenly everything started feeling very, very eerie and quiet, and it was unsettling. The sky became a dirty mustard color, and suddenly everything was extremely quiet, ominously so, and then all the dogs started barking, and then the earthquake hit, and the whole building went side by side, swaying back and forth, and Ted's wife Helen screamed a little bit and tried to quiet her down. And then we heard this screaming from the next room. Excuse me. From the hall, there was a hall that came out of the large room, and the first door, the first room out of the hall was where Master was staying. And Taiji, as she always did when Master was in tour in places like this, she would sit outside and lean against the door all night long, protecting Master, just leaning against. And she started screaming. It was her that was screaming. And you've heard her bhajan singing. She has a loud voice. And that was as scary as the building going back and forth. Then we heard the door open and Master come out and saying something to her. And so the next day, Jim asked Taiji, what was it that Master said to you? Master, she said, Master comforted her by saying, you must always be ready and prepared for death at every moment. And then he closed the door and went back into the room. Well, the earthquake finally settled down. There were a few aftershocks. And the next morning, Jim and I went out to look around and see what had happened. And truly, we were in such a very poor place in Bombay anyway that you couldn't really tell where the destruction had happened. But it was a very close earthquake, and it was very memorable. But we had to remember that we must always be ready and prepared for death at every moment. Well, on a different tact, this is a short story, not about Master as such, but about Guru Nanak, which I had not heard and read before. It's called The Celestial Mandolin. It's from the life story of Guru Nanak. Accompanied by Bala and Mardana, his two chief disciples, Nanak left Sultanpur. They hadn't gone far when Nanak turned to Mardana and said, go to the north, where you will meet a friend who will give you a rhubarb. That's a very beautiful type of mandolin. And this mandolin, this rhubarb is yours. And Mardana said, sir, I don't have any friend there, and I've never played on a rhubarb. And Nanak looked at him so kindly, and Mardana realized that he was sincere, so he immediately obeyed and headed in the direction that the Guru had indicated. He just crossed a hedge and was going a little farther when suddenly an old man appeared with a white beard and this bright, beautiful face. And he greeted Mardana and asked him what he was looking for. And Mardana said, well, a rupab. Ah, said the old man, so Nanak has sent you. Tell him that Pharanda, his servant, has carried out his command. Blessed are they who have the privilege of his divine company. Here is the rupab. I have carried it for you for many years. Madonna grasped the beautiful mandolin-like instrument, and he turned in gratitude to the man, only to find that Pharanda had disappeared. So he took the rupab and returned to Guru, marveling at the miracle. So Guru Nanak said, okay, take the rupab and play it. I've never played, sir, he said. You were a master player once. And once you run your finger over this, your skill will come back to you in a flash. So Mardana obeyed. His fingers began to move automatically and outpoured this divine music. And then the Guru accompanied him with this hymn. If I live 1,000,000 years on air alone, and sun and moon can no more mark the time, I could not even then describe your greatness. You, the changeless, the formless, men speak of you within the limits of their power. If there are millions of pounds of paper and ink without end, even then your greatness could not be expressed. How can I exalt your name? And in closing from the Japji, exalted is the Lord, exalted his abode, more exalted still his holy word, or his holy name. He who reaches his height, he alone makes him sing. O Nanak, he alone knows his greatness, and it is only his glance of grace can lift us to his height. And that's the last part of stanza 24. So we have our memories, some of us blessed memories, but we can never do justice to his greatness. Thank you.
Hare Nana, Prabhu Bhadiyo, Hari Nam, Prabhu Bhadiyo, Hari Nam, Prabhu Bhadiyo, Hari Nam, Hare Nana, Prabhu Bhadiyo, Hari Nam. बालपना जन्मत ही खोया जवानी में व्याप्यो को बालपना जन्मत ही खोया जवानी में व्याप्यो को मुझ हमारे मना कब भजियो गुरु नाम बूढ़े भये तन थाकन लाग्यो बूढ़े भये तन थाकन लाग्यो लटकन लाग्यो जान बूढ़े भये तन थाकन लाग्यो लटकन लाग्यो जान हमारे मना कब भजियो हरि नाम कानन बहरा नैन नहीं सूझे भेदा तू बेकाम हमारे मना कब भजियो हरि नाम घर की चिड़िया दो मुख में बैठी घर की चिड़िया दो मुख में बैठी पुत्र कियो कल का खटिया से भुए कर दीनो जम का गाया निशान कहे कबीर सुनो भाई सागा कहे कबीर सुनो भाई सागा दुबदा में निक सत प्राण हमारे मना कब भजियो हरि नाम हमारे मना कब भजियो हरि नाम
The next bhajan is on page 267. Tumase, Mary Prita Purani. O beloved Kirpal Guru, my love with you is very ancient. I am lying at your door. I am standing with my hands stretched out. The eyes are thirsty. Make me have your darshan. Shower grace, O Lord. Take me across. O friend of the miserable ones, the ocean of compassion, how do you forget me? Showering grace, you liberated the saints. O Satguru, you have liberated even the sinners. You ate the contaminated fruits of chivalry. You embraced all those who came into your refuge. You have erased everyone's difficulties. You have known everyone's pains. O Satguru, I am in your refuge. You are an ocean, and I am your drop. You are my mother and father and brother. I'm a beggar. You are the giver. O Ajaya, this is the tale of lives. This is the story of birth after birth. Tumase, tumase. Tumase, tumase, Mary Prita Purani, Hey Kirpal Guru, Pyare, Pyare, Hey Kirpal Guru, tumase, 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 Mary Prita Purani, Hey Kirpal Guru, Pyare, Pyare, Hey Kirpal Guru, tumase. Darvaje parapada huaun, hat pasare kada huaun. Darvaje parapada huaun, hat pasare kada huaun. Ankia piasi darshadikao, Deya karo Prabhu paralagao. Ankia piasi darshadikao, Deya karo Prabhu paralagao. Dina bandhu karuna ke sagar, Mary Suda ke sehi bisarani, Hey Kirpal Guru, Pyare, Pyare, Hey Kirpal Guru, tumase. Tumase, tumase, Mary Prita Purani, Hey Kirpal Guru, Pyare, Pyare, Hey Kirpal Guru, tumase. Kirpakari Santa Janatare, Sate Guru Tumene Adama Ubare. Kirpakari Santa Janatare, Sate Guru Tumene Adama Ubare. Shivari ke jute palikaye, Sabasharana gata kanta lagaye. Shivari ke jute palikaye, Sabasharana gata kanta lagaye. Tumene sabake sankate kate, Sabaki pida jani, Hey Kirpal Guru, Pyare, Pyare, Hey Kirpal Guru, tumase, tumase. Tumase, Mary Prita Purani, Hey Kirpal Guru, Pyare, Pyare, Hey Kirpal Guru, tumase. Hey Satguru me Sharana Tumari, Tumasagara me Bunda Tumari. Hey Satguru me Sharana Tumari, Tumasagara me Bunda Tumari. Tumahi mata pita ora brata mehu jachaka tumaho data. Tumahi mata pita ora brata mehu jachaka tumaho data. Ajaiba yehi janamo ki gata. Yehi janama janama ki kahani, hey Kirpala Guru pyare, pyare, hey Kirpala Guru, tumase, tumase, tumase meri prita purani. Hey Kirpala Guru pyare, pyare, hey Kirpala Guru tumase. O beloved Kirpal Guru, my love with you is very ancient.
Mind that there should be no tension in the body. When you adopt any pose, don't change, please. Be physically still. Don't change, please. Don't change. Physically still. Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Why are you changing? Why can't you sit still? Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Also forget the environment in which you are sitting. So you see vast expanse of darkness in front of you. Your eyes of flesh and bones are closed. They don't work. There's some other eye which looks at darkness. That inner eye, third eye, or single eye. So with the inner eye, don't look to the whole of the vast expanse of darkness in front of you, but just look into the middle thereof, opposite to your eyebrows, outside. Look intently, minutely penetrating into it to find out what is in there. Repeating the names mentally one by one at intervals, not in quick succession, so that inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue looking like that for a short period, say 15 to 20 minutes, you'll find whole attention will be riveted there, and the darkness will thin, you'll find light coming up, sprouting forth. When you find any kind of light, just don't look to the whole of it, but just look into the middle of it. While repeating the names at intervals mentally, one by one, so that the inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue for a short time, this light will grow bright and burst. That will give you sky. Sometimes sky comes out at the very outset. Whenever it comes, look into the middle of, intently into it, what is in there. You'll find stars. If you find stars, just locate the big star after that. You find big star, then put in whole attention into the middle thereof. That will open, you will cross it. Or the moon may come up. If it comes, just look into the middle thereof. Intently, minutely, that will burst into pieces, and you will cross it as Prophet Muhammad did it. Or the God will appear in some form in which he is working. So, if you find such form and have your whole attention into him, so much so that you forget yourself, you will develop receptivity. He will talk to you as one does outside. Then you may also hear the sound principle. Go on sitting until you are to leave.
Okay. Oh, great, great Guru Kirpal, ferry our souls across. I weep in front of you. I request you, O gracious one, to believe me. This is the bhajan Ruha Sadia Nupar Langa on page 112. I am your soul. Listen to my request. Release me from the snare of Kal. I have no control over you, O beautiful one. Come and make the forgetful soul understand. Our eye is closed and darkness prevails. Shower grace and remove the veil. I know no one else except you. The world has become empty without you. I will forget all the pain if you would come in the courtyard. Don't torment the soul of a jade. Oh, great Guru Kirpal, ferry our souls across. I weep in front of you. I request you, O gracious one, to believe me. Bhajan of Sanchi on page 112.
Ruha Sadia Nuparalanga Guru Kirpal Danave Rova Tere Agetara Le Me Pa Maria de Alamanave Ruha Sadia Nuparalanga Guru Kirpal Danave Rova Tere Agetara Le Me Pa Maria de Alamanave Teriae atamatu suna arjoive, suna arjoive. Teriae atamatu suna arjoive, suna arjoive. Devi kala de jala tochuda Guru Kirpal Danave Ruha Sadia Nuparalanga Guru Kirpal Danave Rova Tere Agetara Le Me Pa Maria de Alamanave Tere Ute Soni Ave Merakoi Jorana Merakoi Jorana Tere Ute Soni Ave Merakoi Jorana Merakoi Jorana Buliata Manu Asamaja Guru Kirpal Danave Ruha Sadia Nuparalanga Guru Kirpal Danave Rova Tere Agetara Le Me Pa Maria de Alamanave Ankasadi Banda Sanu Hogi Andera Hey Hogi Andera Hey Ankasadi Banda Sanu Hogi Andera Hey Hogi Andera Hey Diakara Devo Paradahata Guru Kir
tere bina hora kise nune janadi, kise nune janadi. Meta tere bina hora kise nune janadi, kise nune janadi. Jagatere bina suna hogia, Guru Kirpal danave, Ruha Sadiya Nuparalanga, Guru Kirpal danave, Rova Tereya Gitara Le Me Pa, Maria de Alamanave, Bula Jana Duka Sare Vede Mere Ajavi, Ake Fera Pajavi. Bula Jana Duka Sare Vede Mere Ajavi, Ake Fera Pajavi. Rua Jaiba Dinu Natarafa, Guru Kirpal danave, Ruha Sadiya Nuparalanga, Guru Kirpal danave, Rova Tereya Getara Le Me Pa, Maria de Alamanave.
I know no one else except you. The world has become empty without you. I will forget all the pain if you would come in the courtyard. Don't torment the soul of a jade. Oh, great Guru Kirpal, ferry our souls across. I weep in front of you. I request you, O gracious one, to believe me. Well, it's very nice that we are all here celebrating my beloved Master's birthday. Today it happens to be a significant anniversary of two different occasions in which Master's birthday was celebrated, both of which I was there. 60 years ago, last week, on Saturday, January 25th, 1964, we celebrated the Master's birthday in the West, Washington, D.C., the only time it ever happened with him physically present. And 50 years ago, next week, or actually later this week, on February 6, 1974, we celebrated Master's birthday on the last day of the Unity of Man Conference, which was an incredible occasion. So I want to, at this retreat, cover these two occasions as best I can, which is not all that great, and try to recreate something of what it was like to be with him. You know, it's very hard to confine the Master within the prison of our particular understandings. And it's, you know, as we spend time with him, I know many of you have already realized this, maybe all of you, it becomes more and more obvious that what we're seeing is only a fraction of what he is. And that should be always remembered as I read this stuff. reading from my book, Stumbling Toward God, The Years with Kirpal. And this is part of Book 3, 12 Days Wonder, Saturday, January 25th, 1964. And I said, today was the day we celebrated the Master's birthday, the only time it ever happened in the West with him physically present. Actually, it was early. He was born on February 6, 1894, and they had a monster celebration on the 6th in India after he got back. But we were happy with our much littler festivities, which in fact began with the issuing of his birthday message for 1964, which was done on Mr. Khanna's copier in his basement the night before the celebration, in part by Judith and me, who were very grateful for the opportunity of helping. We loved the message. We summed up everything he had been emphasizing during his stay in America, and which read as follows. And that our co-worker that night, by the way, was a woman who we just met that night, a very young woman at that time, whose name was Joan Forrester, I think, who later was Joan Beasley. And of course, later on, she spent many years in New Hampshire and got to know her very, very well. So this was Master's message. Dear ones, may the grace of God be on you all. We are seekers after truth, and for that purpose we have joined various religions, which are our schools of thought. Truth is not the exclusive right of any particular creed or place or age. It is a human being's birthright. Just as every human being has a right to breathe the air and absorb the rays of the sun, we are all privileged to draw from the unseen source of life, strength, and wisdom, which is within each of us. That infinite supply cannot be exhausted. Anyone belonging to any religion can delve it out from within, with the help of somebody who is competent. Call him by any name you like. Take all that you can. Not only will it suffice for you, but through it you will become instrumental in helping your fellows. Your smile will inspire another to smile. Your strength will impel another to be strong. A noble soul always draws forth the noble quality in others. God is love, and our souls are also love, and it is through love alone we can know God. Love knows true renunciation, service, and sacrifice for the good of others without any consideration. A true human being is one who is truthful, leads a life of continence, radiates love to all others for the sake of God residing in them, and knows giving, giving, and always giving. We never lose anything when we give. When you give love, do you find that you have less love in your heart? On the contrary, you are conscious of an even greater power of loving, an ever greater power of loving, but no one can be convinced of these things till he has applied them in a practical way. An ounce of practice is worth tons of theories. It is a practical age. Therefore, it is for us to make our idealism more practical. Believe in God, who is spirit, love, the principle of all things, who is in me and I am in him, who resides in every heart. We should therefore love all mankind and others. If one cannot love those whom he sees, how can he love God whom he does not see? There is a religion above all religions which teach rituals, dogmas, and doctrines. That is truth. Religion truly means re, back, and ligio, which comes from ligore, to bind. That is to bind our soul back to truth, God. You have to be born into the truth. All masters who come from time to time speak of the same truth. We are lovers of truth. That is the true religion, on the basis of which the whole world can sit together and the East and West could be united. The purpose before me is to bring together all children of God, now forming part of various religions, to understand each other and find a way back to God. I am glad that I have found great response to this message of love with the grace of my Master, the man and God. My hearty thanks and best wishes go to all who have been helpers in this noble cause of humanity. Yours affectionately, Kirpal Singh. For the celebration, the Friends Meeting House was acquired once again. This time, Master addressed us from a dais set up in the main auditorium. We sat around him on three sides, and what a talk he gave us. To a great extent, it was an elaboration or exposition on the message we just read. He had it before him on the dais and specifically referred to it in the course of the talk. For my part, I had a terrible migraine that day. The over-the-counter medicine I was taking didn't touch it, and I couldn't sit in the hall for the whole talk. I left to take a brief walk around the neighborhood at least twice while Master was talking. I had pounding in the head and nausea, and nothing I did helped. Nevertheless, I was fitfully aware of how beautiful Master looked, sitting cross-legged on the dais, and what wonderful and magical words were coming from him. Later, I listened to the tape of the talk over and over again. It became one of the foundation stones of my life. This is what he said, among other things. This is an abridged version I'm reading. We are all children of light. I was wondering how I should address you, because I see you in me and me in you. I think the best way I can address you is as my friends. I have not made you slaves, but equals, because only an equal man can recognize what he is. Those under him cannot know him from that status. You are all my friends. I have love and regard for you. When the masters came, what did they tell us? I mentioned it very briefly in a few words in my message, too. They said, love is the way back to God. God is love, and our souls are also love, and it is through love alone that we can know God. Love knows true renunciation, service, and sacrifice. For whom? Not for the self, but for the good of others, without any consideration. All masters say that love is the way back to God. Read any scripture, and there we are wanting. We are very intellectual. We are very wise in all other affairs, but we are wanting in love. Love is not grown in any field. It cannot be bought at any shop. It is already within you, ingrained within you. It is innate. That love has simply been misfit. Where does that misfit love take us? To the body, to the enjoyment of the senses, and to the attachments of the outside world. The result is, where do we go? Where we are attached. So this love, which is misdirected, is called love. But if you look to its reality, you will find it is God in itself. Because God is love, and our soul is love. When love is withdrawn from outside and we come within, we come in contact with all love. This is what is required. Christ said those who do not understand love cannot understand God. Those who do not know love cannot know God. The 10th Guru of the Sikhs also gave us the same thing. Hear ye all, irrespective of whether you belong to the East or the West, to one country or the other, or to one religion or the other. I tell you the truth, God is had only through love. But we have not understood the true meaning of love. We take it to be the enjoyment of the senses with the body and outside things. That is not true love. Mind that love is a gift from God to man. Love seeks union with the beloved. First there is yearning, there is pining. You want to see him, to be near him. What is love? What is the result of love? When love is there, whatever, for whomever, you are always, constantly in sweet remembrance of him. That is the outward token of love. First you would like to be near him, then you would not like to disobey any order he gives. As Christ said, if you love me, keep my commandments. He said further, I give you a new commandment, love one another. We say we love God, but we do not love one another. Why? All masters say, love God, love thy neighbor, and love all creation. If we love God and do not love our brothers, then what does the Bible say? You are a liar. Do you see? If you do not love your brother whom you see, how can you love God whom you do not see? So love ultimately, after yearning, wants to be near him, to obey him, and then obedience will result in surrender. Obedience seeks the pleasure of the beloved. Why do you want to be obedient? You want to seek the pleasure of the beloved, whom you love. One who loves is a lover of the beloved, and one who obeys is the beloved of the beloved. If you love your master, master loves you. Those who are more obedient, who love him and never transcend any of his injunctions, becomes the most beloved of him. Ramakrishna was sometimes seen weeping for Swami Vivekananda when he did not find him. We have not ever thought of the value of love. We say we are lovers of the Master, then why is there so much discord and disunion? When two men love the same thing, there should only be competition of this kind. If one man puts in 6 hours in meditation, you put in 7 hours. If one man serves selflessly, you do even more service than that. If one man puts one shoulder to the wheel, you put your 2 shoulders to the wheel. This is what he really means by love. About love I say, one who loves is the lover of the beloved, and one who obeys becomes the beloved of the beloved. Who is the greater? And that love should also be within a respectful mood. Once I wrote my master a letter in which I said, I pray grant me love, your love, but that love should be within respectful limits. Sometimes out of love we transcend the limits. Sometimes we want to overrule the one whom we love. That's not the way of the true lover. He received the letter and put it on his breast. He said, I want such a one who loves within a respectful mood. Godhood is the birthright of every human being. Fortunately, we have that birthright. It is the grace of God. And the grace of God has further descended in that we have some desire, some yearning for God. It is to achieve him, to find him, that we have cared to join any school of thought or religion. It is possible through love alone to become God, I would say. The lover and the beloved both become one. Christ said, I and my Father are one. And St. Paul said, it is I, not now I, but it is Christ that lives in me. This is what is meant by the word gurumukh. Master is God in man, and a lover of the Master becomes a gurumukh. He becomes the guru, a God-man in man. This is the ultimate feat of love, and this is the easiest way. I remember a story that has just struck me. Lord Rama went into exile for 14 years. He went to the wilderness where many other yogis were living. There was one lady there of a very low caste. She heard that Lord Rama was coming into exile into the wilderness, and what did she do? She thought Rama will be coming and he may be barefooted, so that the thorns might prick his feet. So she simply cleared the way of all thorns. And then she thought in the heart of her heart, when he comes, what shall I offer him? In the wilderness there's no food to eat, but there are berries everywhere. She began to pluck berries and taste them. Those that were sweet she put in her pocket. So she kept all those tasted berries with her. Each of the yogis who was living there thought that perhaps he was the greatest of the yogis, and that Lord Rama would be coming to his cottage. Mind that this I-hood, I know better, I am better than all these others, is the last weakness that leaves a man, even the so-called masters. But where did Rama go? When he went to the wilderness, he met the lady who had collected the berries. And what did he do? She offered him those berries that were tasted, and he ate them. Love knows no law. Love is above all. The yogis living there had been doing penances for hundreds of years. Then he went to them, and they came up to him and asked, "Would you kindly grace our cottage?" There was a pond of water the way they lived that was full of small insects. There was no other source of water, and they asked Lord Rama if he would just clean the pond of all dirt and insects by his grace, by putting his feet into the water. He said, "No, I think you are the greatest of the yogis. Why don't you put in your feet, for they must be better able to clear up the pond." They did, and the water remained the same. And they forced him, "Kindly put your feet into the water and all insects will go." He said, "All right, it's up to you." He also put his feet into the pond, but the insects were still there. Lord Rama had to demonstrate the greatness of love. True love does not know any show, mind that. He said, "I think it would be best if you called that Bilni and let her put her feet into the water." And a Bilni is a very low caste, actually outside of the whole caste system, a Dalit or untouchable, so-called. Bilni is the feminine form. Bil is the main form. And as in other, when the master has told the story in other instances, and Sanchi also, he has said that, they didn't like her. And she came and put her feet into the water, and the pond was cleared. These are instances to show that love is a great miracle. God is love. Through love only you become one with God. You can become one with him whom you love. As you think, so you become. And this story, the story of Shivri, which is the name of the Bilni, is probably told more, in my hearing anyway, more than any other story, by both Master Kirpal and Sanchi. And Sanchi put it into several bhajans also, reference to it. Master loved this story. And I have told before how when I was in India in 1969, he sent us to the Ram Leela, the play in which, based on the Ramayana of Tulsidas, which is where this story comes from, where this scene is acted out. You see the whole thing. You see Shivri picking the berries. You see her offering them. You see her tasting them. You see her offering them to Lord Rama. You see Lord Rama accepting them with a big smile. And you see his brother, who is a very orthodox Hindu, absolutely in shock at what he's seeing. That Rama would take the feet from such a low caste person, take the food from such a low caste person that had been tasted by her, and eat it. And there are a lot of lessons can be taken from this story, which when we got back to the ashram that night, and Master was waiting for us. And we came in and sat down with him, and he talked to us for half an hour about what we had seen. And he went into the story very much at that time also. But you know, there are many possible morals, if you want to call them, to be drawn from it. But I do think that one of the most basic ones is that, if you think about it, these yogis were very powerful people. They had lived long lives because of their yogic practices. They, had tons of experience within, and they were what we would call, holy men if we met them. Where Shivri had none of that. She didn't have. There's no reason to think that she had ever had any spiritual instruction. The Beal tribe weren't given that. She had no knowledge of how to meditate or to do any of the practices that the yogis did without even thinking about it. But what she had was love for the master. And that was, as Lord Rama wanted to demonstrate, more powerful than all the experiences, all the going within, whatever that the yogis, experienced. And it was that made, lifted her above them in a way that they could not comprehend. So, it's Master's point here is very revolutionary, really. But what he's saying is that if we have love for the Master, and he's talking to us, here and now, it was the 20th century when he was talking, but it applies to the 21st also, that this is something for you to consider. That because a lot of us, some of us anyway, have problems with meditating. It doesn't work out for us the way it does for others, we think, and we tend to think of us, to put ourselves down because of it. What Master is saying here is no. Shivri had none of that. She was not what we would call spiritually advanced, but she was greater spiritually than all those who were. This is an important thing, and it applies to all of us. We don't have to go within. We don't have to have major experiences if we have love for the Master that transcends everything, and it transforms our life. And Shivri had that. But we have not seen God. How can we love? We can only love one whom we have seen, who is at the same level at which we are working. The Mohammedan scriptures tell us each man must have some beloved. What sort of beloved? Not one that leaves you, but is ever with you. One who does not leave you in this life and in the life hereafter. And who can he be? It is the God in him. Christ gave an example to show this. So long as the branches are embedded in the fruit-growing tree, they give fruit. But when they are cut off, they cannot give fruit. Then he said, I am the vine, you are the branches. So long as you remain embedded in me, you will bear forth ample fruit. Do you see? This is what is meant by love. Hafiz, a great saint, tells us, Oh God, people call me Hafiz, but I am no longer Hafiz. I am he who lives in me. So for men, human beings, God becomes man and has love for his beings. In that man who has become one with God, God becomes man, God in man and man in God. This is the word I have given in this message too. And who was he? My Master. I saw him. He was man and God. To love Master is to love God, the God in him, not the Son of Man. Mind that there is no sadhana greater than love. All outer performances, rites and rituals, and the saying of prayers are only meant for love. If you have developed love, everything is there. There is no higher law than love, and there is no goal beyond love, because love is God, and God is love. In this way, God and love are identical, for the one who has divine love has reached God. He is one with him. That is why I said here that what the Masters taught in their lives is a religion above all religions. They gave out that very love. No amount of intellect can fathom God. No amount of austerity can enable you to attain God. Only when one loves him and loses oneself in him can one find him. It is only by the feet of love that you can lose yourself, when the two become one. And there are no other means, there is no other way back to God except through love. This is the message that has been given by all masters whenever they came. I am giving you no new thing on this birthday, which you are going to celebrate. The true celebration of the birthday will lie in the fact that if you live, you have love. Have a life of love. Love and all things shall be added unto you. To my mind, I don't feel joy for the day I was born. I will feel joy only if the purpose for which I am meant is completed. Then I will feel joy. I quite appreciate that you have expressed all your love, devotion, or surrender. You may decide among these in your own hearts. I want you to love. That will give you physical health, moral health, and spiritual health. That's the only way back to God. Physically, it is not possible to be everywhere. But the God in man, God in him, is everywhere. That can materialize everywhere. When you rise above body consciousness, there also you can contact him and talk with him face to face. By God's grace, working through my master, all of you are having some experience to start with, the very first day of initiation. Truly speaking, you are all on probation, but not on such a probation from which you can be discharged, mind that. In the outer world, any service on probation is subject to discharge if the work is not satisfactory. But this is a probation from which you cannot be discharged. But truly you become a follower when you meet the Master within and talk to him face to face. He is ever with you, and you are ever with him. I wish you all to progress on the way, to be regular in your practices, and to lead a life of love. Love does not even dream of harming anyone. If you want to know God and you do not love the God in men, if you harm those where God resides, how can you expect to know God? This is what is wanted. As I told you, love is the innate quality of the soul. Love knows no duality, oneness. I think that is why they say God is love and love is God. I wish you to progress spiritually. Physically, I have not been here for so many years, of course. But as I told you, I was with you all along in thoughts. You know this is God's grace. And with the grace of my Master through whom he works, you will remain in my mind so long as he wishes me to continue in the physical body. I think the best way of celebrating this physical birthday is to live up to what the Master says, that's all. And I don't want anything from you except love. You will be truly nonviolent. You will be truly truth-speaking, truly truthful. You will become truly chaste because your love will go into the soul and not remain in the body. And you will have love for all. Love knows service and sacrifice. Love knows service and sacrifice. When you know love, you will give, and give with no compensation. If need be, you will have to sacrifice yourself for the good of others. If love always knows the betterment of the good of others, not of one's own good, then you will have to sacrifice your everything for the sake of others. If you but learn this very lesson, I think there will be peace in the world, peace all around. The kingdom of God will come on earth. On this day, I am giving you the best of all I think I have come to know, and that is love. You must become conscious of yourself. God is light and consciousness. That consciousness is now enveloped by matter, but you are not matter. You are sparks of light. Be one with the great conflagration of light. I think that in a few words I have given you, to the best I know how, what I came to know by a parallel study of religions and by sitting at the feet of my master. He had love for all. Sometimes people rake up many things. Once it happened in his life that while he was speaking from a platform, some people set up another platform near him and gave talks against him. He never showed authority over anyone. I dare you to say these things, or anything like that. The poor fellows had no arrangements for food because they had to come from somewhere else and spread that propaganda against the master. So they had to arrange to bring food from outside. When they had given all their talks against him, Master went there and said, "Brothers, hear me. You're here all alone. Our kitchen is always ready. Have your food here. Have your food here and carry on propaganda against me. This is what is meant by love your enemy. Do you see? Without any consideration. These are the words I have given you in this message. It is a practical experience. My master lived it, and that is what the lesson is." Master wrote to me. He wrote sometimes out of love. One letter has been my guiding star all through my life. He wrote, "We saints come into the world. We have no easy life." He continued, "In the satsang, so many kinds of people come up. Some come to pray and to appreciate. They come to love and surrender. And others come only to find fault, to criticize." He said, "If a bad man does not leave off his bad habits, why should a good man leave off his good habits?" I think this is the sum of what I can give you. If you keep to it, God will help you. Whether I am here or not, the God in me, with the Master's grace, will help you. Love knows no showing. He feels it at heart. He gave me one or two things. Once he gave me a very big carpet. He gave me something to wear. He also gave me an overcoat. I am keeping them for worship, you see. Whom you love his things, mind that. I was thrilled when I came to know this is Master's, which refers to a carpet next to him. Just before Master began his talk, it was announced that the carpet on which he was sitting had been used by his master. Upon hearing this, Master pulled the carpet from underneath him and, gathering it together, put it on top of his head. He then put the carpet next to him, where it remained throughout his talk. And there is a very long pause while Master cannot speak because of tears. Love and all things shall be added unto you. That's all right. Have respect from the heart. It's not a matter of show. The more you live a righteous life and practice true living, the more you live up to what you are told to do. That eases my burden. My burden. You help me. That's all I can say. At the conclusion of the talk, Donna Jewel sang one of her lovely crystal songs in praise of him who had given her life. And actually, when Donna sang this song, she was pregnant. At this time, she was married to John Pollard, and Master Khan always, when she sang, always introduced her as Mrs. Pollard. She was 21 years old at the time, and it was a little funny, I thought. But anyway, so as Donna came up on the stage to sing, Master leaned over and said to her, with eyes twinkling, "Well, and how is Mrs. Pollard?" And she said, I'm good, Master," something like that. And then she went and sang. Master appreciated her singing very much. Then all the workers gathered to have their picture taken with the master. Downstairs, a crew of selfless servants, Sevadars, had voluntarily foregone the satsang in order to feed the hundreds of people, a meal made up of equal parts physical food and love, with a huge eggless birthday cake baked by Helen McDaniel occupying center place. When Master came down, the candles were lit, and it was conveyed to him that he was supposed to blow them out. Quick as a flash, he pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket and waved it over the cake, putting them all out at once, to the vast amusement of the satsangis. It was very funny to watch that, by the way. One might have thought that all that was enough for one day, but no. At Mr. Khanna's house that evening, Master came down and talked with us once again, so intimately and informally. He began by saying, "If you would like to have questions, that would be better. Any of you?" There was a long pause, and then he asked, "What appealed to you about the talk which was given you this evening?" Emil Christensen said, "Fellowship with one another," to which the Master replied, "Oh, that is the first thing, naturally." Hope Skinner added, "The great love of God for his devotees." And Mr. Khanna said, "I like the great love for his master." There was a long silence, and then Hope asked, "Master, is there an appointed time under divine law when a seeking disciple is led to the Master?" And Master said, "Yes, appointed." And Hope elaborated. "For instance, you think that so many have been searching most of their lives, and studying and searching, trying to understand spiritual realization, and then all of a sudden are led to a great being to have that realization awakened with them, but they have spent perhaps half their life just searching and searching?" The Master answered by giving the following talk. "The time spent in searching is counted. Our Master always used to say, 'Let your whole life be spent in searching. Don't be afraid of it.' Whoever is really in search of a true master, he gets a true master. It is a life and death problem. To just surrender your soul to somebody. When you surrender, you become the mastermind that. When you give up everything to someone, he has to care for you. So when you surrender yourself to somebody, well, he is there. It is told of Father Abraham that he went to a bazaar and purchased a slave. That was the custom in those days. He brought him home. He said to the slave and asked him, 'Where will you sit?' The slave said, 'Wherever you want me to sit.' 'What will you eat?' 'Whatever you give me to eat.' 'What clothes do you require?' 'Whatever you like.' And Father Abraham heaved a long sigh. 'Oh God, he's better than me. When he becomes somebody's, he has no choice left whatsoever, no desire. When you surrender everything to God and the God in man, where is the question of there being any desire left? He freed him. Go, I must become such a slave of God." The time spent in searching is good, because those who have entered the field of intellect must be satisfied about the whys and wherefores of things. Otherwise, even if they take up the way, they won't progress, because the questions will keep rising up within them. First, search. And when you sit at the feet of someone, stop all searching. Stop all your mind's ramifications. Stop everything else. Go on with what he wants you to do. Do it. He never wants you to leave your homes or anything. He wants you to lead a certain way of life, that's all. We say so much, but we do not live up to it. An ounce of practice is worth more than tons of theories. I think each one of you knows so much. If any one of you were asked to give a talk, you would give a wonderful talk. For we say, love all, hate none. Yet how many are there who do not hate anyone? Saying something is one thing. Living it is something else. Even if you take one item and live up to it, you will change. All other things will come in, all virtues. First, take the outside thing. Suppose you observe nonviolence. Then you'll have to control your tongue first. You'll have to control your thoughts. Thoughts are potent, they react. You wouldn't like to usurp anyone's rights. You will not disrespect anyone. You will have love for all. Naturally, that follows. So naturally, when you don't want to harm anybody, even in mind, word, and deed, you'll never tell lies. Why do you tell lies? In order to tell lies, a man must have a very good memory, and which produced laughter amongst us sitting there. Surely, if you tell lies, you will tell one man something, another something else, and a third still something else. And you must always be watching out. Well, what did I tell him? Just leave it, I tell you. If someone who has told a lie comes to you, listen to him. You'll find that after he's told it, he'll say still something else again. All the time he's afraid lest his lie be found out. So you follow him quietly, say for a month or 2 or 3. You'll find that he will be saying different things because he has a bad memory. So if you have love, you won't tell lies. You won't hate anybody. Nonviolence means not hating anyone. If you tell the truth, observe truthfulness, other things will follow. Suppose you have done anything wrong. If anybody asks you, what have you done? And you tell the truth, and the cat will be out of the bag. You won't tell lies. Have you thought anything against someone? If you talk to somebody against someone, naturally that goes around. A secret is a secret only so far as it remains within your own breast. If you tell it to some other person, your dear friend, well, he also has dear friends. At which point there was again laughter, this time quite a lot. Take any one virtue, others will follow. If you come in contact with the sound principle, the light principle within you, all virtues will come to you. Swamiji tells us, those who are thieves, those who do not devote time to the practices, always fall into the passions of lust, greed, anger, and egotism. These things naturally come up, and the more you come in contact with that inner sound and light, the more all virtues will come up. Guru Nanak says, if you begin to hear the sound principle continuously, you will become the abode of all virtues. One is interlinked with the other. Some people bring me their diaries, and they're very good diaries on the face of it. They also show some time put in for meditation, and their progress is not what it should be. I simply tell them, dear friend, if your diary is correct, you should have gone to the 3rd plane. We must be true to our own selves. You can deceive others, not the God in you, not the God power or the Christ power which is within you. Be true to your own self. You have nothing to fear. How should you treat others? What should be your conduct of life? In one word, what is it? Someone once went to Vyas, who is a great rishi, and asked him that which is called dharma, what should be the conduct of life that accrues peace and happiness? And he said, look here, treat others as you would like to be treated by others. If you speak ill of others, how would you feel if anyone spoke ill of you? If you rob others, think that if he is robbing you, how would you take it? This is what Christ also said. Whenever you are about to do anything, think anything, or say anything, first think, if this very thing was going to be meted out to me, what would I do? How would you feel about it? Would you like it? I don't think so. So the conduct of life has to be changed. This is what is called true living. This is a criterion for it. We can deceive everybody, but we cannot deceive God. When a man lives 100% up to what the Master says, that is, to the God in him, I think he is sure to change. Of course, the disciple should not be in a hurry to go up, but if the Master is also inclined to take him up, then that's the way, that's all. It is God's grace that you get something to start with the very first day of initiation. Any average person gets it, even children. What greater grace could there be? Live up to it. What does it cost? We are so devoted to the worldly things that we have never cared for our own spiritual health. But when you have to leave this world, a notice comes to clear out of Washington, that the Master is now speaking, by tomorrow morning at 6 or by 12 midnight, then what will you do? There once lived someone named Valmik. He was a dacoit, a very well-known robber. A saint passed by. He looked at him. His job was to plunder a man of everything he had, even to taking away his clothes and killing him. When Valmik saw the saint, he said, "All right, what have you got?" The saint said to him, "Why are you doing this, dear friend?" "I have to live on it. My family is dependent on me. I have to earn money somehow or other." "All right," the saint told him, "look here. This is a sin that you are doing. Go home. Kindly ask your wife and children if they would share this sin with you that you are now committing." He was a very active man and said, "If I go home, you'll run away." You see, each man has to see from his own level of thinking. "No, dear friend, I won't go away. Tie me to a tree and then go home and inquire of your wife and children whether they would share this sin with you that you are committing." It appealed to him. He thought, "All right, I'll tie him up." He tied the saint to a tree, went home and said, "Look here, I plunder everyone and kill them to bring home money and maintain you. It's a sin. Would you share this sin with me?" His wife said, "Well, why should I share it? I have to eat. Bring it to me in whatever way you can get it." Then he went to the children and asked them the same thing. Nobody was going to share the sin with him. He came back. The saint asked, "What did you find the replies to be?" He said, "Nobody is going to share with me the sin I'm committing daily." Then he awakened his soul. "Whatever is the sin I have committed, they eat, everyone uses it. I'm only after 2 loaves of bread, and why should I commit a sin?" He refrained from it, and later on he became Valmik, a rishi. He turned out to be a rishi. When he sat in samadhi, ants formed houses all over his body. So the name Valmik means little people's homes upon the body. If we think that what we earn is not rightly earned, we are committing a sin. Then leave it off. If you have simple lives, you will not have to commit sin or do anything like that. Our master used to go to Baba Khan, the very same man I mentioned yesterday. When he went there, he always gave Baba Khan some 10 rupees. One time when master was in the field area, he earned much money. He had a good amount of money, and when he went there, he gave him the same 10 rupees. Baba Khan told him, "Look here, you have earned so much money and you're giving me only 10? Haven't you got any more money?" "Yes, I earned some more." "All right, I want much more." And master told him, "You've become greedy." And what did Baba Khan say? No, you see, if you leave it there, someone else will take it away. I'm not to use it. My purpose in doing it is this. Whenever you are doing your duty, you are not doing it very honestly. Sometimes you waste a few minutes, sometimes in talking or gossiping about something. Whatever you have not been very honest in doing as your duty, that percentage should be taken out of your income and must be spent for the good of others, to give to the poor, to the needy, so that your income will be all pure. So earn your money, stand on your own legs, and share with others. But that's not everything. The main thing is that your spiritual self should be pure. After all, everything will remain here, whether you have hundreds or thousands or millions of dollars. Of course, the way you have earned the money, that will go along with you. That concerns actions and reactions. So the conduct of life should be changed. Unless that is changed, even if you have the truth, nobody will care for you. People judge by the way you live. At this point, Master pointed to Taiji, Madam Hardevi. Her husband was the president of the Arya Samaj movement. He was very strict, and everybody was afraid of talking to him. Very strict. He wouldn't spare anybody. Whenever he came to us, we were all afraid lest we should say something that would bring his wrath upon us. Well, he was initiated by our master. What was he doing? All throughout the night he was sitting, doing meditation. In the daytime at work, at night doing that. He changed altogether. To the people who were afraid of him, he became very sympathetic, loving, giving to the poor, sharing with others, all for the good cause. When our master went to perhaps Rawalpindi, many people came to him for initiation. Master said, "Have you heard any talks?" They said, No, we haven't heard any talks, nothing of that sort." "Well, what have you seen?" "We have seen that man who was made a man by coming to your feet." So example appeals to all of us. Why are our satsangs defamed? We are responsible. Where there is love and sacrifice and service for one another. At least if you live in an all-loving way, that will appeal to others. They'll run after you. You may have the very high teachings, but if your life does not bear them out, then of what use are they? An example is better than a precept. I told you, I think, in this evening's talk, that there was a group of people preaching against our master directly beside him, and they were very hard up, for they could not manage to get anything to eat and drink. And those that attended were about 100 or 200 people. He knew they were preaching against him. With all that, he said, "Well, dear friends, you are having trouble getting your food. Everything here is ready. You can have your food here morning and evening." These are the ways that bring us closer. If somebody does you good and you do him good, what is that? That is but natural. It is businesslike. It is told of Prophet Moses that some stranger came to him. It is a law among the Mohammedans, a custom, that when you eat food, never eat it alone. Call somebody, anybody who is not eating food. The law mentioned, go up to the roof and call out, "If any man hasn't taken food, let him come up." So the man came to him, the food was served, and he began to eat. And Moses very much resented it. He told the man, "Why don't you pray to God first and then eat?" He said to the man, "Get out." It is said that God inspired him and told him, "Well, Moses, he didn't pray to God, yet I gave him food. Why did you resent it?" If you are businesslike, realize the superiority in you. Do unto others in a selfless way. If anyone doesn't love you, you begin to love him. Don't do anything to harm him. Act in a friendly way. That will wash it away. These are very minor things, I tell you, but they have a great effect on our meditations. The diaries were introduced with some purpose, to meet with the times. But if one doesn't live up to it, then it is his own misfortune. These are very minor things, I tell you, yet you'll find them almost everywhere in our daily life. If you have love for others, you'll tell the truth. If you tell the truth, you won't need a good memory, because you'll say the same thing that you see. So these little daily dyings spoil our life, not only by an act of commission, but even by thinking. Thoughts are potent. These are no new things that I'm telling you. I think each one of you knows them. This is perhaps only a reminder. The more you live up to it, the more you will progress. Try to live up to what you are told. In a few words, that's all I would say. And love is a panacea for all ills. Your lives will change. Those who will come in contact with you will praise you. Not you, but the movement or the place where you go. That is true advertisement. And that was the end of a long and beautiful day. And I think this is the end of a long and hopefully beautiful satsang, at least my part of it. But I do want to, and tomorrow I will emphasize more the way that the Master, on the one hand, is responsible for the whole world, not just initiates, as Sanchi often pointed out, but for everybody that is born and lives, the Master is responsible for. When they suffer, he suffers. Everyone. And that in the face of all that, for example, when he can call conferences like the one that we will remember tomorrow, the Unity of Man Conference, and people of enormous importance in their respective fields came and had his blessing and contributed, and he was responsible for all that. At the same time, he is directly and astonishingly connected to each and every one of us and watches us with the same concern and the same love and the same meticulous, careful watchfulness that he does when he's holding conferences and doing big stuff like that. And to me, my life on the path. This has been a great blessing as I slowly grew to understand. A Master, on the one hand, is responsible for the universe, and on the other, he's responsible for us, each one of us. You, me, the other guy, everyone. He's responsible. And he loves us very much. He loves us because he knows that we are him, that we are part of him. He knows that. He sees it and he knows it. And that's, this is when Master says that God is love and we are also love, this is what he means. This is the point. And, it's the point. It's the reason the path is the path. It's what it's all about, is this recognition that the Master is within each one of us and is responsible for us, taking care of us, concerned about us. He's winding up our karma, and sometimes that hurts, but at the same time, he is also showering us with grace if we can see it. Some people's very bad things can happen to some people, but they can still, even though those things have happened, they can understand, okay, my karma is happening, working up here, but I am aware that the Master's grace is still all around me, and I can live on that. That is the essence of my essence, and that is what I need to live. And this is a beautiful thing, people, an absolutely astonishing thing. The longer I live, the more it astonishes me. And the love that the Master has is, well, I don't need to, all of us have understood this and experienced it to some extent anyway. And I actually, it's been a long, slow process in which I have understood more and more, but slowly over the years, that this is how the Master works. This is what the Master is. This is what the Master does. And he takes care of us in this way. And, we matter to him so much. It's like Jesus said, that this fall of a sparrow, he is very aware even of that. And that is the truth of the matter. Well, I said I was at the end and I kept on talking, which happens sometimes. Anyway, it's very nice to be, by the way, to be here and to be with you all and to have an in-person gathering. It's been a long time, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity. And, yeah, okay.
When I ask you what we should like, any questions? Or suppose you have got to a foreign land. When you leave your country, you want to leave the country and go to some foreign land, what you do? Generally, you open the directories to see what are the means to reach there, how we go, where to stay, where not to stay. Suppose you go to a place where you do not know their language, what will you do? How much money would be required? You see, what things are required to be taken along with us? All these things you consider. You turn up your directories. This information is given in the directories, of course, but they don't speak. You may, by going through and through, you might one thing here, the other on the 10th page, the other on the 50th page. So while searching for in the directories, somebody comes up to you, says, well, look here, you want to go to that place? Yes. Here's the man who will come from that place. What will you do? He will close the directories and run up to him. Why? It is but natural. Scriptures tell us who know God, sit at His feet. Read it through, you'll find that's the same thing. And many things are not real. The books are not written in a graduated way, I tell you. Some references here, some there, some like that, some are given in the form of parables, some direct. But you don't find at one place the whole thing explained. The way you are now explained is not put in there like that. So naturally, you have to run up to that man. When you go up to him, you say, oh yes, I've been that place. You want to go there? Yes. He puts question, oh yes, such and such place you can go, you can stop there, on the way you'll have food, like that. This is so many things. He is now convinced that that man has seen it. But he is not going back. And next week he hears that very man is going back to that very place from which he has come and to which he wants to go. He goes, will you take me along with you? Yes, most gladly. How confident he feels, naturally. He has nothing to worry, where to go, where I will stop, what will be. Because that man knows he has been that place. Similarly, I read almost, in this question, I read scriptures. First of all, in the family in which I was born, that is a very big treasure house, I would say, the 6 scriptures that comprise a page about 1,400 pages, big size. And the beauty is that you have got findings of so many God-men together. The oldest scripture of the world is called Vedas. Vedas include sayings, findings of many riches, not one. And later on, whoever came, you find their scriptures give only that much, what that particular was said. Although they are parallel, I'm just telling you the beauty. So the latest scripture is of the 6, the 400 years back. That contains as many masters' findings as could be possible at the time. So it was Guru Arjan who collected all these things. Are the 4 masters behind. He was the 5th one, you see, in the reign of Guru Nanak. And Guru Nanak was a contemporary of Kabir for 48 years. So he collected all added his own. About half he collected and half he added of his own. You see. He's a very good God-inspired person. He said, I and my father are one. Pita Putre Kin. Father and son had been dyed in the same color. You see. They have formed an alliance. That's like saying he's God. Then he left some pages and closed the book with concluding the entire. He said, here is something. It is a divinity, this is a reservoir of divinity. The more you go into it, you find priceless jewels, you see. And left 10 pages or some pages blank. People ask me, why are you doing that? He says, here the 9th Guru who will follow me, his things are to be recorded. And the one couplet is of the 10th Guru too there. One couplet. So that are the latest scriptures. The oldest scripture of the world and the latest contains sayings have so many masters together. That's a banquet hall of spirituality. So then, naturally, I was led to other scriptures. I was reading in a missionary school. So I was in touch with the missionary teaching. But what they said, I did not follow. Though the things appear to be very clear to me. Perhaps those who were preaching, they were not so clear to them. They said, you be born in Christ. You must be born in Christ. Then I said, how can a man be born in a man? Common sense. Where God is light. And they said, well, intellectual God, give us intellect to understand you. These are the. Then I read other scriptures, one other Mohammedan scriptures, Hindu scriptures. To the best I could lay hands on. All said the same thing. There is a God, you want to see God, well, sit at the feet of somebody who has seen God. Not only has seen God, but is competent to make us see God. That you find in Christ. Saying, Son knows the Father and others whom he shall reveal. Sonship continues. So, all Mohammedan literature tell the same thing. You must find some means to reach God. And all others. Hindu scriptures are full of them. So everywhere you'll find that thing. Naturally, when I looked all around, you see, there are so many masters to whom to go. We had 3 brothers. So 2 brothers, you see, we just helped each other. If you find any God man, you tell me. If I find, I will tell you. Then we were searching, you see. Once somebody, so many men were meeting like that. Once it so happened, he wrote to me, well, here's a very great man, very great master has come, will you come? I went over there. I told him, I have got an intoxication that continues day and night. But sometimes after 3, 4, 5 months, that breaks for a day or two, and I'm very much puzzled. Can you help me in that? What did he say? Well, you will have to lay down everything, your body, mind and soul to me. Only then I will do you. I thought, the man who is after my body and possession and my intellect, everything, to be blindfolded, I paid him $1 million return. Well, you see, surrender comes only where you see some competence. devotion, you see. Love, one who loves. That is something else. When you surrender, you have a control of the one to whom you surrender, you see. He has to take care of you. So many came in past, you see. I used to see one who was very, intoxicated, God intoxicated. But he lived in a way that nobody dared to come to him. We used to meet all our friends in the evening outside. We were talking, is there any God-man we can find, you see? Then I told him, well, I have seen one man, he is God intoxicated, but he is a hard nut to crack. Some you find God intoxicated, they won't let you go near him, you see. You have the privilege to talk, question, cross-question, criticize. He would not suffer. Then I told him, well, hey, that man about whom our master also used to have, he also meet him. His name was Baba Khan. He lived in a naked state, he was known, you see. Here the fire is burning, here that made filth, you see. Well, he was there to heat, he was just fanning the other. I told him, he's got some intoxication, you see. Anybody that would go to him, he will call names. If they don't do it, then he will beat them. But there was something, he would call names, people still would remain there, something they have a beating to, but with whatever, purpose they went, that purpose was served. You see, they had it. So I was reading in those days in the school. I also used to go there. He was just in a half-naked way, he was sitting just platform here. I used to stand over there, watching people. He's calling names, going away, they say. I kept on unless everybody clear. Then he would call me, well, oh Sardar, what you want? I went to him. All right, I came to only to see you. All right, go. That's all, I had that connection with him. So I told that man, well, he has got something, but it is very hard not to crack. Mind that. Nobody suffers, you see. This is a very valuable thing. Who is going to give you? When I asked what to do, I told him, well, go and sit at night with him. Even if he says anything, cause it, don't mind. You see? He went that night, he stayed there. After 11 o'clock at 12, he called names. He also beat him with the fist. He ran away. Next day we met together again, our party. I said, how did you find? Oh, he called me nation, fisted me too. He with his fist. No, don't mind, he's got something. Then what to do? I don't mind, go. Next night again he went there. Then next day when he went there, instead of beating only, he took that burning wood, you see, stuck it. Then he came. So next day he did not struck him with you, but next day he just put him underneath. Well, chiropractor work he did. Again he went back on the third day. I asked him, what happened? Oh, yes, but don't mind, he has got something. He's guarding that wealth. He would not let you have it. Don't mind, but let him kill you, don't mind. Third night also he went there. What he did, as I told you, with the burning wood, he then made a little wound there. He did not leave him. At the midnight after 1 o'clock. What you want after a while, you coming to me? He said, well, give me something. Then he made him to hear the sound correct. Some people have got it, you see. They keep it very close-fisted. They don't do it. Well, so this went on like that. I used to pray, what? Oh God, I am convinced
Without one who knows you, nobody can reach you. It is a practical matter of self-analysis. God cannot be known by the outgoing faculties, by the vital layers or intellect. It is a matter of seeing. Who sees, he can make you see. Well, I know there's a need. Definitely, all scriptures say. I'm quite convinced, but where to go? Suppose I go to somebody. He has not met you. What will be my fate? I used to pray like that. If you could reveal yourself to the old saints, sometimes there are stories like that. Why can't you do in my case? I'm convinced. I have great regard for such things. But there are so many masters there whom to select. With this, well, my master began to appear to me. When he sat in meditation, I was doing something. So I thought perhaps it was Guru Nanak. He used to talk to me. He would, that in those days there was a great war, first great war. My brother was just in the front, in that field area, from India to Persia side. But I used to traverse along with him, went to those places, here, there. So I was very fond of rivers, ponds, water. So even while in my young life, I used to go sit by waterside or some river the whole night together. That's a calm and quiet place. One running water, little concentration helps. So this went on also. In the meantime, first I was at Peshawar, then it also to one Noshara station is there. That is river they are running. I used to sit by that riverside for hours. Then I came to Jhelum side, that is also by the riverside. For hours together. I was very fond of swimming too, you see. Just in wine manner, just enter the river. If you are not afraid of it, is only fear that kills you. Simply little feet, what you might shake or hands little, you move. You don't drown. You are not drowned. When in the meantime I was also to Lahore. That was also riverside. I passed my day. Once I heard there's also river Byas, let me have a look at that, you see. One Sunday morning I left by train, detained at Byas station. There was an old man, he was a station master of the station. I asked him which side the river flows. He was a devotee of our master. Do you want to see the master? But does the master live there? Yes. Where? On the riverside. But I will have two things now. I will also enjoy the river scenery and also see the master. Saint also. Then he directed me there. So master was sitting upstairs, you were taking meals inside. I went outside. After half an hour so he came out. I wondered, he's the same man who was appearing to me 7 years before, from 1917 to 1924. I wondered, well, I paid homage to him. Why so late? He said that was the most opportune time that you took. So I met you, master, you see. So Guru appears on the children that even for the most skeptic mind, perhaps none of you have been so skeptic as I was. I was afraid. Lest I go to somebody who has not met God, my life may be inspired, you see. Well, when I went to him then, once or twice, every Sunday I used to go. He was looking after me like a father looks after his son coming in. He would just all right, arrange this room, bring this bedding, this and that. I requested my master, you don't worry. I'm here at your feet. All right, now you'll have to look after this data. Go on with it. Those who come, you look after them. This is the word he expressed the very first day. So next time when we went there, initiation, this is very February time, this year, month. All were sitting in initiation. Master said, you sit inside. I was coming. He gave initiation there. I was inside, sitting in his room. How I was initiated. I was waiting for him. Perhaps you call me or what. I could not there because he did not call me there. I was sitting inside. Then he turned. I asked me, will you kindly initiate? Oh, yes, surely. Well, what it was, that mystery of life, what is a man, what is a soul, that is solved with little or no time. So qualification of master is given like that, who can give you some experience. To say, all right, go, you see, here, maps, to show, go by this order, turn right, then left, this and that. Sometimes you have to hunt for hours and we do not find the way. The master who can give you some experience to start with. Who can appear, who can remove the dark way by giving the sitting, and you testify it is so. You are not to wait till after death or after years. It doesn't tell you how to go on, you will have it in due course. And most of the people you find that. Or else I don't have regular some meditation. Some reaction of the past might help you. But the competency of the master lies in the fact that he is able, competent to give experience to the learned or the unlearned, that quite a man from the street. You know? It so happened there was some controversy, see, when our master became the master, took up the role of the master, I mean. He was a master, but he took up the role of the master. The other people were simply said, how can you become a master? He was very polite, very humble, you see. Never controversy, would like to go into controversy. After when they get so far into it, all right, do it. Catch some 5, 6 people from the street, make them sit, you give them. I also catch 5 and see who can carry them. That's the ultimate goal, what to do. So how I met the master, you see.
Kirpal Yahi Sandesha Data. Kirpal gave only this message, and even the wind also teaches us this. If you keep walking while doing the Simran, the destination comes to you by itself. The fort of deceit will be destroyed in this world, because walls of sand do not last. There are so many sins with you. You are a great sinner. Hail the power of Almighty Kirpal, who carries all the burden. No one is an enemy. No one belongs to anyone else. Everyone is your very own. For as the Gurbani teaches, all this world was created from one light. O Guru Kirpal, the negative power trembles, and death also teaches, and death also is nervous in front of whoever has caught hold of your finger. Ajaib says, apologizing to Kirpal, if your soul wants happiness. Kirpal gave only this message, and even the wind teaches us this. If you keep walking while doing the Simran, the destination comes to you by itself. Kirpal Yahi Sandesha Deta Havayahi Sikalati He Simrana Karate Chale Chaloto Manjila Kudamila Jati He Kirpayahi Sandesha Deta Havayahi Sikalati He Simarana Karate Chale Chaloto Manjila Kudamila Jati He Chala Ferebeke Kile Kadina Dunia Me De Jate He Chala Ferebeke Kile Kadina Dunia Me De Jate He Reto Ki Divara Derataka Kabina Hitika Pati He Reto Ki Divara Tarataka Kabina Hitika Pati He Simarana Karate Chale Chaloto Manjila Kudamila Jati He Kirpayahi Sandesha Deta Havayahi Sikalati He Simarana Karate Chale Chaloto Manjila Kudamila Jati He Itane Sare Papa Satame Itane Sare Papi He Itane Sare Papa Satame Itane Sare Papi He Kirpala Takata Teri Jeho Sabakabata Utati He Sabakabata Utati He Simarana Karate Chale Chaloto Manjila Kudamila Jati He Kirpayahi Sandesha Deta Havayahi Sikalati He Simarana Karate Chale Chaloto Manjila Kudamila Jati He Nakoi Vera Nahi Begana Jobi He Sabapana He Jo bihe saba apana he. Ekanura se saba jag churubani batalati he. Gurubani batalati he. Chaleto Kudamele jati he. Kirpaya hi sandesha deta. Sikalati he. Semarana karate chale chaloto. Manjila Kudamele jati he. Guru Kirpala Tumari Angali Rahi He Jisanebi. Guru Kirpala Tumari Angali Tamraki He Jisanebi. Usakeyaga Kala Kapata Oramota Gabarati He. Ajaiba Kirpala te mungali mafi. Ato mangali mafi. Jajindari sukachati he. Simarana karate chale chaloto. Manjala kudamila jati he. Kirpaya hi sandesha deta. Havaya hi sikalati he. Simarana karate chale chaloto. Manjila kudamila jati he. Kirpal gave only this message, and even the wind also teaches us this. If you keep walking while doing the Simran, the destination comes to you by itself.